what, 2 years in a row, I think, or three, whatever. It doesn't change the fact that NA as a whole is not as profitable as the other regions. Okay, so my YouTube stream is up, so I can just turn the stream back up. Um, Sorry. Sometimes when I don't stream for a day, I kind of like get what I'm doing half the time, and then I kind of remember like the muscle memory. Okay, Rocky helmet getting buffs. Yeah, we can talk about that right now, just because I do have it open. There were a few things announced. Basically, patch update happening tomorrow. So if you're a Ignite player, minor patch update that's happening tomorrow. There were some things that were nerfed and buffed. Um, it's gonna be a relatively short stream today, Tim. Just like I had planned on. So the thing is, I had planned on streaming solo queue today, but the thing is, before I started streaming, my internet was giving me so many problems. Like I tried going live before, and when I hit the start stream button, it didn't even start the stream because at the same time my internet just died on me. Like my router died, and there was no connectivity, and then like I think it tried to go live, but it was on like one bar, and then I don't even think you guys got like a notification or anything of me actually going live. That's how bad it was. It's okay right now, but I don't like. I could play solo queue if I really really wanted to, but the thing is, I don't want to run the risk of literally starting a game and then just DCing right as the game starts or in the middle of the game. That would be even worse. So I'd rather like because I know my internet's not that great. I'd rather not run the risk. How's it going next? Let me see. Okay, so first things on the agenda is obviously the patch update, and I can give you my overall thoughts and opinions about this, what I think about it, what's different, that sort of thing. Uh, so yeah, of course, I will also drop this in the chat as well. So for whatever reason, or people are gonna ask, or people are gonna wonder about what's changing, patch update. So there it is. Of course, you can look at it on your own end, or like watch it at your discretion. But that is the patch update for tomorrow. Um, so post update version 1.18.2.7. Update details. The attacker's special challenge is underway. You can participate in the event to obtain rewards. The typical in-game reward stuff. The rewards are pretty trivial for veteran players, so don't get too excited about that. Shop updates, event updates, bug fixes, yada yada yada. Make sure to restart your game, and then the update will take place. It'll download and it will change. Okay, so balance updates, Breath of Evolution Part 2. Changes that have been made to Pokemon stats, move to adjust the balance of Unite battles. Zacian, I mean, I already knew this was coming. It shouldn't be surprising to a lot of people because Zacian was played in pretty much more than half the matches in the most recent UCS tournament. Probably one of the top 4 top laners in the game right now. It was in no particular order. It was Zacian, Buzzwole, Gyarados, and what was the fourth one? I always forget. Zacian, Buzzwole, Gyarados, and God, I'm already brain farting. We'll just simplify it to top 3. But anyways, Intrepid Sword ability, the effect that caused extra ES energy to drop from KO'd opponents has been removed. Play Rough, stun duration, so they're nerfing the stun duration on Play Rough. It kind of makes sense, but also makes this stun feel very trivial now. Like, it was already less than 1 second, but at the same time, the stun duration is very short. I think maybe what they were considering is because you can use an empowered ability, if you think about it objectively, think of it as 0.7 seconds times 2. That would be like 1.4 seconds. like assuming you're able to land your play roughs back to back on the same target. Play rough plus stun duration from 1 second to 0.75 seconds. So obviously that's at level 13. It's nerfed, but it is what it is. Sacred Store damage 25% decrease. Yeah, Sacred Store was still relatively strong. Double CC ability on top of the fact that you get damage reduction. So realistically, this just kind of staggers the early game a bit more. You also have to keep in mind that they also reverted the change to Zacian for the point value. So I don't know if you guys remember, but Zacian had a change not recently. This was like maybe a few weeks back, where um, Zacian has the ability to use EOS energy for an empowered ability, whether it be your tackle or your agility, whatever. Essentially, they nerfed Zacian so that it would require it to use 8 points instead of 5, and then they ended up reverting the change a while later, so it ended up going back to 5 points. To me, that just like it was strong, then it got slightly nerfed, and then it went back to normal. To me, considering they reverted that EOS energy cost, it makes sense to me that they nerfed the damage, especially in the early game, because obviously it's still gonna scale well. Like, do not misunderstand. The base stats have not been affected, in any way. It's literally just the Sacred Sword damage. You also have to keep in mind that you're still gonna have the same duration of the stun on Sacred Sword as well. So it's not like unless you were focusing someone that is literally a glass cannon, like a fragile attacker, it's not like Sacred Sword is gonna one shot anyone anyways. It's just more so you are more dependent on follow up and just coordinated team play rather than your individual playmaking now. Because like 25% damage decrease is a lot. I'm just not expecting people to get a lot of individual. Like overall, I'm just expecting to see a lot of people not have as much success on an individual playmaking level, but in still coordinate. Like when it comes to picks or coordinated team play, you can still play as if like nothing has really changed. Play rough for me. I'd say the initial play rough, which is play rough stage 1, is not that. It is more of a big deal than play rough plus when you get the second skill. But yeah, I mean across the board, Zacian got nerfed. It's expected for me. I'm not surprised, but whether it goes down in the pick rate, I don't necessarily think so. Because at the end of the day, Zacian's still going to be a strong laner. You're still going to have decent secure. You're still going to have you still have threat potential. You still have safety in terms of mobility, as well as your base stats are not being touched. So unless you're just severely misplaying or you're facing a really strong bully lane that doesn't allow you to a strong bully lane in the sense of they have a lot of CC, then you'll be fine. Like it's not the end of the world. Alolan Raichu. Alolan Raichu, I mean, I think we all expected this. I thought, like, despite the fact that it didn't look necessarily impressive in any of the tournaments that I watched, in solo queue, it could still be a menace. Bonus damage, 10% decrease on sword power cooldown. They're raising it by 1.5 seconds, and that's probably one of the bigger nerfs in terms of cooldown reductions that we've probably seen as of recent. Not to mention attack speed decrease. Oh, it's right. Attack speed increase. I think that's a typo. Because there's, like, It's saying 50% to 35%. So unless I'm misunderstanding it, I'm pretty sure that's like a typo. It's supposed to say decrease, not increase. Okay. So yeah, store power got nerfed across the board. Damage got decreased, cooldown got raised, and attack speed, steroid or buff, got nerfed as well. I mean, no one should be surprised. It did a lot of damage. Store power had strong burst potential due to its synergy between bonus damage and attack speed boost. Its damage and usage frequency has been nerfed. A lower increase? Maybe. Maybe. Dude, sorry guys, I got an ad. Obviously, I won't keep on yapping just because this is more of a informative, chat oriented stream. So I'm not gonna keep on yapping with the discussion just because you guys might miss out on stuff. It could mean a lower increase, like 35% increase instead of 50%. Hmm. Um. So yeah, Zacian, Raichu, and then you got Gyarados as well. Nobody should really be surprised with any of these nerfs. At least these three, because they were some of the most. Let's go to API Unite for a second. So let's open up an API Unite page, just for referencing a statistic here. We'll go to meta, or sorry, is what happened to, like, I know it's right here, but why is it labeled like this now? Like, it used to have two separate categories where it, like, you had win rate and then you had pick rate. Did they move it to a different section or do they just not have it anymore? Okay, but either way, this is by win rate. Zacian had the highest win rate of all the Pokemon in the game, so it kind of skyrocketed to number one. Gyarados, number two. Serena, Phalanx, and Dodrio are 3, 4, and 5, but as you can see, they're relatively close. So the meta has definitely shifted compared to what it was before, and that's mainly due to the fact you guys got to keep in mind that these Pokemon have not changed. Like Zacian, Gyarados, Serena, Phalanx, it's not like they've been uh, updated in any way as of recently. Like, yeah, maybe like a few weeks back, they might have got like a slight update, a buff or nerf here and there. But this is majorly due to the fact that the Speedster reversion patch kicked in, and now people are looking for different Pokemon to play and or kind of play around. Because otherwise, if it wasn't the case, you'd still be seeing Absol, Meowscarada, Talonflame, maybe Gengar on this list, and then so despite the fact that overall the game hasn't really changed that much, it's more so due to the fact that we went back to a state of reversion. The thing about the speedster nerf, or the speedster reversion, I should say, like I shouldn't say nerf, I should say reversion, because all they did was turn back time and revert it to how it was prior to the update. So the thing is, after the speedster reversion patch, it basically just slowed down the game a bit because now you're not dealing with a bunch of speedsters that are doing an abysmal amount of early game damage. Like, it's less snowballing. So people have the time and the luxury to play all-rounders that aren't necessarily good early game, and they can actually take the time to scale, granted that they're not getting absolutely steamrolled by the enemy team. Like, obviously, Serena, Gyarados, not the greatest early game Pokemon. Phalanx, and not really that great either. But granted that you're farming and you're getting levels under your belt, they can be a force to be reckoned um, with the right support, the right team comp against the right team, like against the right enemy players, etc. But yeah, Gyarados, ability rattle, effort gauge increase, 10% decrease. So what this means is 10% decrease just means that you are going to evolve faster, I believe. Actually, wait, effort gauge increase? But why is it like the way they phrase things in these patch notes makes it so weird? Like it says increase, meaning okay, they're increase like the way my mind interprets it is like effort gauge increase, so that means the gauge is gonna get bigger, meaning it's gonna take longer to evolve. But then it says 10% decrease, so it's like, okay, well, that means you're gonna evolve 10% faster in theory or on paper. Azerty, how's it going, my friend? Welcome to the stream. Okay. Dragon Breath, damage 12% decrease. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, the wording is shit, and this is in English too. I don't know who's typing up these patch notes, but or like publicizing it, but I don't think they're fact checking this one. So for me, I can't tell you what this is because I genuinely don't know. Like I don't know if they're trying to say 10% increase or decrease because they could go either way, depending like based on the phrasing. Um, my if I had to guess though, I think it's a decrease only because it already takes a relatively long time for Magikarp to evolve. I don't think they would make it even harder, if I'm being honest. But I'm like I said, I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on it. Dragon Bet damage 12% decrease. Makes sense. Waterfall damage 12% decrease. Magikarp can dominate the lane by evolving into Gyarados early. Currently, it evolves. Oh, okay, yeah. So I didn't get here. Okay, so it is a nerf. So they're making it harder to evolve, which I think is kind of ridiculous, if I'm being honest. Because the thing is, if you watched the UCS games that I watched, people were evolving so quickly, but it had nothing to do with it had more so due to it was more so due to the fact that enemy team was inting and giving Magikarp free kills, which you shouldn't even be doing to begin with, considering it's one of the weakest laners in the game. But like when you play a solo queue match, I guarantee you, when you play granted that the enemy team is not doing something stupid, like granted that's not the case, but you know it's very likely because you know how solo queue is. But when people are not running it down for stacks or just dying for no reason, it takes a relatively long time to level up as Gyarados. Especially because you can't even, you cannot even use attack speed items like Rapid Fire Scarf or Muscle Band when you're in Magikarp, because the stats don't apply. So all you're really doing is getting your base stat, base speed, auto attacks off, you're using your flail, you're scoring points, that sort of thing. And you're hoping that in the early game, you're able to get a kill or an assist to kind of expedite the effort gauge bar. But yeah, Gyarados got nerfed across the board. Whether it's still going to be a top pick or not, we'll see. But the thing about Waterfall, though, so I would say these two are more relevant than this because when you use Waterfall, realistically, you're not using Waterfall for damage. You're using it for movement and movement displacement. Like, you're just flopping around like a fish to either reposition, engage, or disengage. Or to, like, kite around. Realistically, Waterfall is not meant for damage. So, to me, although this makes a difference, it's a very trivial update. Like, I think, like, if anyone tries to kind of tell you that this is, oh, the most gut-wrenching nerf you've ever seen, then like I think that's just over-exaggerated. But yeah, Gyarados got nerfed across the board. I would say these two are more significant. Waterfall, not so much. Clefable. Stats. HP, 3,300 to 8,000 to 3,300 to 9,000. So basically, what this means is, obviously, HP base stat buff over the course of levels 1 to 15. You're going to be having more HP, like your base value is going to be higher. Defense 240 to 260, 300. So basically, same thing. Defensive stats got a buffed. Same with special defense. Wow, you get 130 extra special defense and base stats over the course of leveling up. That's pretty huge. So basically, if you're a Clefable player and you got bullied by a bunch of special attackers, you probably should notice a difference in terms of how much damage you're taking. That's pretty big overall, but we'll see. Draining Kiss, damage 31% to 22% decrease. So Draining Kiss got nerfed by 9%. And then special attack base healing 40% to 33% increase. Like I don't know who's proofreading this stuff. Because when I read it from like left to right and I look at the number or the numeric values, it looks like a nerf. But then when they use the increase, it's like, am I supposed to be reading it right to left? Like as in like a Japanese manga, and I'm supposed to be reading that way? So okay, Moonlight healing amount 5% increase. Clefable's durability and healing have been increased to improve its stability as a supporter, especially in the late game. Draining Kiss has been adjusted to better emphasize its healing ability. Okay, so I believe it was I believe it's an increase. Based on the description, I do believe it is an increase. It's just phrased awkwardly. But yeah. The only thing that really got nerfed was Draining Kiss damage, which is perfectly fine with me. Because honestly, maybe it will deter people from playing this moveset in solo queue. So I consider that a dub. If you're a Clefable player or enthusiast, rejoice just because it pretty much got buffed across the board except for Draining Kiss, which is the damage. But realistically, you're not playing Clefable for damage, you're playing it for being a support, hopefully. I just think Clefable is just very boring, guys. I'll be honest with you. I think out of like all the characters available in the game, I think Clefable is probably one of the most boring to play. One of, if not debatably boring. Because the thing is, when you go the full support build, which is Moonlight and Gravity, literally you're just walking around. You press Gravity wherever you're standing, and then you press Moonlight, and you just move around your team. There's really not much you can do. And then your Unite move is RNG loot box where you just roll the dice and pray you get the thing that you need in that specific situation. I mean, you never know, so it's just a gamble. Blastoise. That's HP 3225 to 9800 to 10,300. So basically, it got a what? 200, 500 HP buff over the course of levels 1 to 15. So not too much, nothing crazy, but it's still a buff regardless. So Blastoise is going to be a little bit beefier. Water Spell. Movement speed reduction. Before I forget, you can't remove frustration off Shadow I think you mean to say can, so I will take a look later before I go to bed at some point. I don't think I have anything though, if I'm being honest. I'll double check though. I'm pretty sure I got everything the last time around. I think it was like maybe like one Pokemon that I probably can't even use because it's Right League what? Remix or whatever? Movement speed reduction 35% for 1 second to 20% for 2 seconds. So this one's a little awkward. They nerfed the slow. Is your legend grind almost done? I'm expert. I am expert. I stopped at like 27, 20 something. Like in my in my last set I went 2 and 3, so I lost a few points, but it's still going. I think Howie told me that that GBL week or GBL weekend, whatever, is still happening. So I'll probably get my legend on that day if that's still happening. Are you playing through Coliseum or Gale of Darkness? No, I am not. So this one's a little awkward, just because they increased the duration of the slow, but they nerfed the effect. So it went from 35% to 20%, but they added 1 second. So I mean, like, it's a little trivial. I mean, granted that you're able to. Oh, you know what? Oh, okay. So keep in mind, this only applies. Okay, never mind, never mind. Yeah, so they tweaked the water spell effect. Not really a big deal. And then when you use water spell during rapid spin, which is the spinning blade Beyblade Let It Rip, they'll get slowed for 2 seconds and then they'll be applied once. So I'm not a big fan of that personally. Just because it's like it's not a consistent effect. It's basically they get slowed once, despite the fact that your water spell is active for a lot longer. So it's not a consistent slow, it just happens once and then that's it. And I'm assuming that they're back to their normal base movement speed, whatever that is. From Wednesday to Tuesday, the week after. Yeah, I'll get my legend. Trust me, guys. I've never skipped out on legend. Yeah, I've never skipped out on legend now. I won't start. But I told you guys this, that if by chance, for whatever reason, I don't get legend in Pokemon Go, that's probably when I stop playing forever. Like, stop playing PvP. I mean. Like, I just do it on a whim. I don't play. It's more of like just like a routine now. I don't play it because I want to be the best. I don't play it because I necessarily find enjoyment. I just play it because, well, I'm used to it. Like, it's just something that I'm accustomed to doing every season. I froze my water bottle. Uh, I froze my drink in the freezer, and it melted, and now it just tastes like blue water, which is not necessarily bad. It's like, how's it going, love for money? Um, is it that hot there? It's pretty hot. It is pretty hot. Yesterday, I think it was I don't know what it would be in Fahrenheit, but for us Canadians, I think it was like 28 or some nonsense like that. Right now it's 19. 19 degrees Celsius. So whatever that is for Fahrenheit, that's what it would be. But yeah, yesterday was really hot. Another bad patch? I'm looking at it right now. Overall, the nerfs are justified. The buffs don't seem that crazy. Like, I'm not expecting Blastoise in this case to be like a top tier pick. Where were we? Oh yeah, so they nerfed the slow effect, but they also buffed the duration by 1 second. So realistically, it's like, it's not even a major change because it's like they took something away from it as well. Like, if they kept the slow debuff as well as they increased the duration, then could have been better. Okay. Blood hasn't checked Garchomp yet, Monka. I'll check it soon. when used during rapid spin, incapacitation duration 0.5 seconds to 0.75 seconds. I hate this moveset. I like, you guys already know. When it came to rapid spin hydro pump, I thought it was the most brain rot movesets for Blastoise. I just loathed it. Like, if you're gonna play hydro pump, might as well just come in and play Surf. Blastoise's durability and hindrance power have been improved to strengthen its roles as a defender in late game teamfights. Yeah, but that doesn't even, like, that doesn't even, like, make that much of a difference. In the late game team fight, this right here is not going to be as impacting as you think it is. Like, yeah, if you're able to get on top of a priority target and you're able to stun them with your A pressing melee range rapid spin hydro pump build, then maybe. Maybe. But, like, realistically, it's not going to do a lot. Like, depending on the team comp, depending on the carry itself, like, there's so many things to kind of keep in mind or, like, consider when thinking about this play style. So unless, like, okay, like, there's a couple of examples. Like, number one, hydro pump rapid spin, relatively low range melee oriented. It's not like 100% melee because there is a little bit of range on the hydro pump. But the thing is like, it's essentially an A press build. And either you're focusing someone that's a priority target on the enemy team, which kind of is counterintuitive to the whole defender role, unless you're just completely zoning out someone from a team fight, or you're kind of zoning or healing for your carry with this moveset, which you could easily do with the other moveset, which is Surf and Hydro Pump if you really wanted to. And it would be more effective because it has CC in a wider range, and longer range for that matter. The only thing you could really argue is that when you have like, assuming you're level 13 Blastoise, the rapid spin gives you the damage reduction, which obviously Surf doesn't. So yeah, like, I don't know. I feel indifferent about this. Like, I just don't really care for it. And I feel like if people are expecting Blastoise to be like top tier pick now, then that's not the case. Okay. Garchomp. Garchompity Chomp Chomp, the Gibblenator. Boosted attack. Healing based on damage dealt. 50% increase. So you are getting more lifesteal on your boosted auto attack by like 50% more of what it was. Uh Dig. Increasing the healing while also buffing Clefable is criminal, TBH. They nerfed the Draining Kiss. The thing is, for me, is like, they didn't touch Blissey or Psyduck. So unless so what I think is gonna happen, arguably or debatably, um, Eldegoss might fall below Clefable in terms of, like, just straight up heal value. But the thing is, the difference between Clefable and Eldegoss is that in the early stages, Eldegoss has a lot more presence in lane. Clefable kind of just stands around and, needs its level 4 before it starts being productive, if that's how you want to phrase it. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened. Where it worked before. Maybe Nightbot's down for the count. Yeah, it might be a Nightbot thing because that's a Nightbot command. Let me see here. Hold on. It was already below in heal value. Um, I mean, the thing is though, when it comes to Eldegoss and Clefable, Clefable has like it's easier to heal with Clefable than it is for Eldegoss because obviously you got Pull and Puff. It's just like I don't want to say skill shot. It's just like a more of like an AOE projectile. At the same time, Clefable's Moonlight has a larger radius than Eldegoss. So I mean, now people might be a little more inclined to play Clefable if they wanted if they want a dedicated healer. But once again, that's all dependent on team comp. In solo queue, like the only thing, like it got better overall. It just got better. Whether or not people played over Eldegoss or not, that's still TBD. The thing is, I still think it still falls short because they didn't change Blissey or Psyduck or even Suicune. I think I need to go through the rest of the patch, but I think like Blissey is still gonna be number one. Hoopa is still gonna be godly. That hasn't changed. You still have Psyduck. You still have three supports that are objectively better than Clefable and Eldegoss. So like, unless they're banned, then that's when things like Eldegoss and Clefable come into consideration because people are just not allowed to play the other top tier supports. But yeah, we'll see. Going back to Garchomp though. So yeah, 50% increase on the healing that you receive. So your self sustain is higher on your boosted auto attack. So when you stack up your little Ghibli slappity slaps, and you can see that yellow little bar under your HP gauge, that is your boosted auto attack, and that's the one that's going to heal for more. So now you know. Dig. Defense and special defense buff duration is buffed by 1 second more. So you had defensive stats temporarily buffed while in the dig, but now it'll last for 1 more second. Cooldown also got buffed by half a second. So nothing crazy there. You just have a little bit more defensive capability. Earthquake cooldown 0.5 second buff, like as in its cooldown got reduced by half a second. Garchomp's healing on boosted attacks has been increased to improve its ability to sustain in prolonged fights. The cooldowns of Dig and Earthquake have been shortened to enhance their usability. I mean, half a second on each of the abilities is nothing to write home about. 6.5 seconds and 7.5 is still a very long uh, cooldown. You also have to keep in mind that the thing about Garchomp as a whole is it scales really well into the late game. Obviously, very like it's a very strong duelist. It's a very like it can be a pseudo frontline, but it's only good if it's able to get those auto attacks off. Otherwise, you're probably just gonna brute force your way with your Unite move and try to get on top of whatever targets you're trying to get on top of. But I don't like Dig just because it's relatively short range, and on top of that, it's predictable as well. Like linear skills like Dig, where you can, it's not like it has a long range. Despite the fact you'll get more buffs from it, and it's a slightly lower cooldown, you can see that coming from a mile away. The only times you should be surprised about it is like if they're like lingering in a bush and they're kind of just lurking around waiting for someone to kind of get caught out of position. But besides that, it's like if you could see the Garchomp then you shouldn't really be getting hit by a dig of all things. It's more so just for dig is just more so it's similar to the Gyarados' waterfall, just not as effective in the sense that it's mainly just for movement displacement more than anything else. Like you're not really using dig for damage. It's just like, hey, I just need to get closer to my enemy or get further away. So now I have defensive stats and it lasts longer. They should make it like fly. Like oh, you mean like dig underground and it's like you're untargetable? I don't know about that. That might be a little busted. It works for like it makes sense for Talonflame because it's a speedster, so it needs a little bit of maneuverability. But for Garchomp, I mean, I don't know. To me, like I don't think so. It's not necessary. Ah, Blaziken. So I didn't know about this one. Okay, Blaziken. Movement speed reduction. 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds. So the cool. Oh, sorry. The slow duration of Focus Blast when it hits a target got buffed by half a second. So now it lasts for 2 seconds. Unite move, Spinning Flame Kick. Shield amount 5% to 12% of max HP. So it's a shield that scales up max HP and then the shield is bigger. So it got buffed by 7%. So you might want to run that EOS cookie. Like, you know, EOS cookie, weakness policy, maybe, and attack weight. Uh, that way you have the max, like, assuming you get all your stacks, you'll get the maximum HP value shield. And then that is such an awkward number. They reduced the cooldown of the Unite move by 0.3 seconds. They couldn't even do like a full half second. They did 0.3 seconds. It's just kind of funny to me. Blaziken's Unite move has been adjusted to prove greater impact and flexibility when switching battle sides. So, look, the thing is, I already thought Blaziken was good. It wasn't played in UCS pretty much at all, at least from the matches that I watched, which is a little surprising because I thought it was still really good. But now they nerfed two of the other top lanes, and then they buffed something that was already objectively good. So I'm expecting a lot of Blaziken players to kind of bring this Pokemon back. And then my prediction is Blaziken is going to come back into the meta. It's going to be played frequently, and then it's going to get nerfed again. That's my prediction. Whether it comes true or not, who knows? Held item adjustments. Some held items have been adjusted based on in-battle performance. KO count to max effect, 5 to 10. Attack increase per KO, 50% decrease. So... So they doubled the amount of stacks required. So, in case you don't understand this, think of it like this. Every kill you would get would yield 2 stacks for Acel Bracer. Every 1 assist is 1 stack. So the way this works now is that instead of 10 stacks, you have to get to 20 stacks. So you'll still get the full, like you'll still get the like bleh, you'll still get the same total value, but it takes longer because they reduce the percentage of each individual stack. I think it was what 2.5. Let me see something really quickly. Give me 1 second. Let me instead of thinking about it. So okay. Acel Bracer stats per level. Okay, so basically, your attack value is different per Oh wait, okay. You should really only be looking at this. Like if you have your Acel Bracer level 10, then obviously there's a problem here. Level 20 is if you're saving on your item enhancers or for whatever reason you don't have enough. This is the value you're probably going to be looking at for the most part. Um, yes, but that's only if you get the 20 stacks. So it is a nerf regardless because it takes longer to get there. Like you would you I like for example, if you're playing like an attacker or like a speedster, you're still probably gonna get your full value. But because it takes twice as long now on paper, it might be worth considering that it's not worth it anymore. Like unless for whatever reason you wanted the cooldown reduction, but realistically, that doesn't benefit many Pokemon to begin with. Like honestly, seeing that it now takes okay, like I was able to get max stacks for on an average game to game basis. I was able to get max stacks of Acel Bracer within the first minute of the half of a game. So you know, there's a 10-minute game. By 8:30, I would have max stacks depending on what I'm playing. Now it'd probably take me if we were to just do simple basic math. Now it'd probably take me like by first objective, I could probably get max stacks. Granted that I'm actually securing the kills and not getting just assists. But I think it's probably worth considering to just not use the item at all. But that's only depending on like what you're playing. If you're still gonna be playing like aggressive speedster or attacker that can actually secure kills or like has early game kill pressure, then you could probably still run it. But I think based on what I'm seeing, I will probably go back to using something like Razor Claw or Scope Lens or whatever item I took out from a character to replace that item. So I think on my Absol, I'll probably go back to Razor Claw rather than use Acel Bracer. Same thing with Drive Lens. They did the exact same thing on both items. Rocky Helmet. Cooldown 0.6 seconds. Damage activation 10% to 3% of HP. Damage dealt 4, 5, 6% to... Okay, so this is pretty interesting. So they buffed Rocky Helmet. And the cooldown is significantly lower as well by basically... We'll just round up to 75%. Okay, so it procs quicker. And... Oh, but it also got nerfed as well. Is this... I can't tell, like, based on the previous wording of some of the other stuff, like, I can't tell... Because the way I'm interpreting this is, like, this is a nerf. Because it's telling me that you're going to be doing less damage on the activation. I would like to think that it's supposed to be the other way, because then it's not really a buff. Considering you're doing significantly less, but I could be wrong. I don't know, it's just the wording in these patch updates is just a little awkward. Shell Bell, healing cooldown 10 seconds to 8 seconds, so they nerfed that by 20%. Bug fixes. Fix an issue where a Alolan Raichu could move with its ability Surge Surfer while stunned. So obviously, some people were either intentionally or unintentionally bug abusing Raichu. What a surprise. Fix an issue where Zacian could not charge its Intrepid Sword during Darkrai Unite move. Fix an issue where Zacian could use another move while using enhanced player of. Oh, were some of you guys cheating playing Zacian? Is that what it was? Is that why you guys were all using player of? Because you guys were bug abusing? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Shame, shame, shame. Fix an issue where Gyarados cannot use Aqua Tail. Like, let's see, this is exactly why. Now, okay. Hold on, Nad's about to play. So we'll just play right now, and then I'll continue off. But, that's part of the reason why I can't take the competitive scene seriously when it comes to Pokemon Unite. And I know ads are playing, but at the same time, I will kind of repeat myself. Like, that's part of the reason why I can't take the competitive Pokemon Unite series. Like, there is no competitive integrity in Pokemon Unite. Now, the thing is, like, I'm not expecting players to be aware of every single bug that this game has to offer, because this game has so many of them. But, like, when you have characters that are allowed to be played and they can significantly impact, like, competitive results, it's like, I'm not sure if you guys are playing it because you're aware of it. Like, I'm not sure if you're playing it and you're unaware of it. But the fact of the matter is, you are unintentionally cheating and taking advantage of things that are exploitable. So it's like, you guys are like I don't get it. Like, I guess the best way to phrase it for me, without sounding like a complete and total dick, but like, do competitive players take pride in winning when they use Pokemon that are literally bugged or exploitable? Like, I genuinely don't know. You know, I might actually rewatch some of the games. Like, I might actually like go out of my way to rewatch some of the games and see if people are actually bug abusing the Pokemon. Because the thing is, I haven't like I played like Zacian once or twice in like the last and since the season started. Like, if I check my profile for Pokemon Unite, I'm pretty sure I played like 2 games. So I wasn't even aware that this was a bug. Because how can I be aware of something if I'm not playing it, right? And if people don't make it public, then of course I won't know. Like, maybe if I did my due diligence and go out of my way to look at something, as in like, hey, let me go research all the current bugs in Pokemon Unite, maybe I would have found it. But I'm just not that invested. As a solo queue player and like me playing this game casually, like, I don't give a shit. But the fact of the matter is, it's just like, yeah, when things like this. So, not this one. This one's more of a liability. But this one right here, and this one, this is like the type of thing where competitive integrity comes into place, and it's like, yeah, whether you know it or not, it is what it is, but it should not be allowed in competitive play. Like, it's similar to like when Cramorant was banned for several months. Like, just using Cramorant as an example, there was like a time period where Cramorant was not allowed to be played competitively for like 7 consecutive months or something ridiculous like that, because it was like bugged. It was like exploitable. Now, obviously, the devs are aware of this because they are rectifying it now in this upcoming patch. Like, technically speaking, I don't even think the patch dropped, so these bugs are still live. But all I'm saying is, and this is just like the bottom line, if you are a competitive player and you are aware of bugs and you're using that in competitive gameplay, you have no competitive integrity at all. It's that simple. Like, I'm sorry to say, like, that might offend you because obviously I know you want to win and you're dedicating your time to Pokemon Unite. But if you're cheating in Pokemon Unite, you're cringe. I'm sorry to say. You are cringe, and like, you have no right to play competitive. But that's my opinion. That is strictly my opinion. I'm not saying that as a fact. I'm just saying, like, if you're cheating on the highest level of, you know, the like, the highest level of competitive play in this specific game, then it's like really you have no not competitive integrity. I was gonna say like wasn't Candle bugged for several months too? I don't know for how long, but there was a time where Candle was bugged as well. Like realistically, there were so many characters that were bugged in this game, and are still bugged, if I'm being honest. But uh, okay, so we got some more news, guys. It's not happening tomorrow, so keep in mind the patch update is happening tomorrow, and then this update is happening on May 22nd. So that is exactly 8 days from now. If you like today's almost over, so if you want to round up, then we can say 7 days, so a week from today. But yeah, 2 new items are coming to Pokemon Unite. It is Amulet Coin and Choice Scarf. Now we do not have official details. We do not have official details on what these items do. However, it is speculated, emphasis on speculated, that one of them has something to do with scoring, and then the other one is movement speed related. Now, this really only matters like if this is the case. So let's theory craft for a second. Let's hypothesize. If this is true, like this has something to do with scoring, it will only really matter to me if it's like a replacement for something like Goal Getter. Like if I can play something like Score Shield Sableye and not have to use Goal Getter, and I can replace it with this item, then it might be something I would it might be something worth considering for like a optimal playstyle, I guess. Like maybe score. Who knows? Maybe score comp is back, guys. Maybe we'll find out in a week. Choice Scarf, and this one is movement speed related. If this is true, it really just depends. So there were 2 things I would have to consider: how much movement speed am I getting, and is it a flat movement speed stat, or does it only apply outside of combat? Because the thing is, we already have something like that. It's called Floatstone. Like we have Floatstone, and then we have Charging Charm. Charging Charm, you get flat base movement speed. Floatstone, it only applies outside of combat. So it really just depends on how much value I'm getting for this one item, and if there are any other effects to be gained from this item. Now, obviously, all speculation. We don't know. But that is coming on May 22nd, a week from today. So there's not really much to be said there. It was unexpected, though. I will say that. Considering we recently got 2 items, I am a little surprised, even for Timmy standards, and that's saying something. I am surprised that we're getting 2 more items, assuming they're even coming to ranked. Like, these could be quick battle items or like a unique game mode. So they didn't say it's coming to ranked. It just says 2 new items. So there might be that disclaimer in very small print. Yeah, like there are some items that are only available in quick battle mode. Toy Scarf could be interesting with the effect of it works in combat and other stuff added. I don't remember the names. I'll be honest with you. I don't remember the names, but if you play, like, if you just start a custom match and you like there are some unique like battle items that are exclusive to like the quick battle modes. I just don't remember because I don't play them. Like I haven't played a quick battle mode in forever. So that's yeah. But they're like you could it's easily uh okay. So I need to emphasize this before I even start talking. The patch is live tomorrow. The patch is live tomorrow. I don't know what time. But it's live tomorrow. Now, I'm gonna emphasize before I even start talking about this, but this has nothing to do with Pokemon Unite. I just find it I just found it kind of coincidental because it reminds me of Pokemon Unite and the way things have been kind of progressing as of lately. Now, I'm not saying this is gonna happen, but this is a game that just like okay. So long story short, there's a game called the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Some of you may have seen me play on stream briefly. Now, long story short, uh, earlier this month, they dropped a patch, and like it wasn't even a patch; it was literally just skins. They dropped skins for the game, and then I would say like 2 weeks later, they made a PSA on their social media account, and they basically just said the game is done. The game is still gonna run, but they are not going to be providing any more updates ever. Like it's like that's it. They just took the game off life support. It was like one of those games where it has a dedicated player base. It wasn't growing, but it wasn't. It was progressively shrinking, but it had a dedicated player base, similar to Pokemon Unite. And the thing is, this game, like, at least as of right now, like this game also had more players than Unite. Not that that's much of an accomplishment, but it had more players than Unite, at least active players. So this is basically what happened today. The team has news to share about what to expect in the future of TCM. Just a couple of years ago, if you sat down and asked anyone here at Gun Interactive what would be a dream project for them, you'd hear them say that the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, a pivotal film for any horror lover, innovative, indie, and artistic. Gun is the team behind, or like the company behind the game, just FYI. Brings that same spirit to making games. Being able to see the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game get into the hands of players is one of the proudest accomplishments we've had as a studio. We feel proud of the game we've made, and we're happy that we're at a point where we feel the TCM has reached its full potential. So basically, they're just like, okay, well, the game is not going to get any better. It's peaked out. From the very beginning, we've always had a clear and concise vision for this game. We wanted to push the envelope on multiplayer asymmetrical horror, shed light on this iconic film to a new generation, and place folks into a beautiful but macabre world of Muerto County, and we feel we have achieved that. For instance, okay, this doesn't matter because this is just like telling the stories of the characters. With that being said, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre will not be receiving any further future content or support. This means that there will be no more DLC, balance updates, or bug fixes. So basically, the game as it is going to stay like it is now until the servers eventually die. After the May patch. So I think they might have had like one more patch, update in the works, and then after that, nothing else. Literally zip, nada, whatever. You can still expect a few more patches in the future in order to transition towards peer-to-peer matchmaking. The TCM will still be playable and is not being delisted from storefronts. Our community team will continue to interact with our players as we continue to celebrate the TCM with all of you who love this game just as much as we do. The irony in this statement is kind of funny to me. Just because it's like, you're literally telling the community that is still playing this game, like, hey, we're not giving you anything else besides like the last remaining planned updates that were scheduled to go. But we also love you guys and the game. It's like that is like the most contradicting, ironic statement to ever make, especially after you drop a microtransaction update literally 2 weeks before dropping this PSA. They literally milked the player base for one last like hoorah, and they're literally just piecing out. And then if I were to go to the actual Twitter post, these guys are literally like raising their pitchforks and like ready to like go to the building and just set fires around like the company. Because the thing is, some of you may not know a lot about this company, and it's rightfully so. Like if you guys don't play these games, it's like you wouldn't like I don't expect you to know about them. But the thing is, this is not the first time they've done that. Like they have had a horrendous track record when it comes to creating like short-term games, short-term horror games, and then letting it run for like a year or two, and then they move on to the next project. Like they use the excuse of, hey, we're dropping one last like they don't tell people that the last microtransaction update is the last one. It's kind of like they release it and then a little while later they tell people the game's dead, guys, no more updates, and then they use that revenue that they've generated to kickstart their next project to kind of milk the community even more. Like the community of their future game. I think they made I don't remember the names, but I think they made two other horror titles that have completely flopped. Maybe even three. Um Actually, you know what? Hold on. Give me 1 second. Uh oh my god. Oh my god. Let me close. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. So Gun Interactive. They were responsible for games like TCM, most recently TCM, Friday the 13th, Layers of Fear 2, Breach and Clear. Now, let's do here. Sorry, give me 1 more second. Need to. Layers of Fear 2. Layers of Fear 2. There is literally not a single person streaming this or watching this. Let's go to Breach and Clear. Hold on. Breach and Clear. Now, I don't know if it's because it's just a really unpopular game or the games are just dead, but yeah, like right now, and then most recently, prior to TCM, Friday the 13th, that game is already done. Um, that game shut down, I believe, last year, December, officially, as in it's no longer playable unless you are playing offline, I think. But you cannot play that game online anymore unless you're like working around the system and you're doing some like third party stuff. And then TCM, although the game is still live technically, literally the announcement says they're not getting anything more. But like I said, they have a bad track record when it comes to the game. They're just very short term horror or action based games that don't have long longevity. And the whole reason why I'm kind of bringing this up to begin with, like I know these games are not of any consequence to you guys, but the reason why I'm bringing this up is just because like this whole situation reminds me of Pokemon Unite, and it's like Pokemon Unite, although they're still releasing updates, I don't even want to say relatively frequently. Well, okay, we'll say relatively frequently. They release updates every few weeks, I guess. But the thing is, it's like very minor updates. And it's not like this game didn't have, like, this game was objectively bigger in the sense that, like, in comparison to now, and you compare, like, comparing both games as they are now, like, TCM has a bigger player base than Pokemon Unite. Or at least a dedicated player base. And then this is what happens to the game. Like it makes me like wonder like how much time really like how much time Pokemon Unite really does have before it just kicks the bucket. And I know it's a Pokemon game and I know we always make jokes that this game is dying or it's actually dead, but like realistically as players and as viewers of the game, I genuinely wonder like how much more this studio or like Timmy Studios has left to offer this game. at the current rate that it's going at. Truthfully, I have no idea. It could last for a year. It could last for 2 years. I think they already announced that in terms of the competitive scene, it's gonna go for at least like 1 or 2 more years. But yeah, in terms of viewership, I mean, let's just do Pokemon Unite. Now, obviously, viewership is not an accurate representation of the player base. Like 841 viewers total in the category, and then you got 1 million followers. I mean, followers doesn't matter, guys. Followers is literally just for notifications. Like, if we were to use followers as a metric, like as any reliable metric of like people that gave a shit, like think of it like this: 841 out of 1 million. That's not even a fraction of that number, which is like it just goes to show like people don't necessarily care. Like I follow a lot of games on Twitch. Doesn't necessarily mean I watch them. Same thing goes with Unite. But yeah, thought it was something interesting that would be shared. Fun fact, I have ads that are about to play, so I'll just wait before I continue onwards. Let's see here. I finished my watery soda. Or sorry, my watery Powerade. Well, I've been live for maybe we can play solo, you guys. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we can play. Hard to say, just because the moment I say that, it's probably gonna crash on me, which means I'm gonna be so sad I'm probably gonna cry. But yeah, hold on. Where's the tab? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Okay, so I have an ad playing for another minute and a half. And then I'll continue yapping. Obviously, I know some of you guys are subbed and have Twitch Turbo, all that, yada, yada, yada. So you guys can still hear me, but some of the others can't. So I'm just going to wait for the ad to finish before I even move on with this discussion. Pretty crazy, though, that, can't hear me? That's good. I'm glad you can't hear that. I'm talking shit about you. X, god damn you. God damn you. I can't believe you betrayed me. Better be good shit, see? I caught you red-handed, you're lying. You said you couldn't hear me. I didn't realize Gun Interactive was, oops. I just spilled some water. Ah! No, I spilled water. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get, a rag or something. Oh, wait, hold on. Perfect. Would you play more games by them again or no? I played Friday the 13th and I played TCM. I never played the other two. I don't know what other games they're responsible for. I'd probably have to look. I mean, if I'm being honest, yes, just because like I do play like if it's like a multiplayer horror game, then yes, I probably would. I won't lie to you. I may not like supporting them, but you know, I did get my fun for what I paid for. Like keep in mind, like I bought TCM on sale when it was on sale for like $5 or some shit like that. So like $5 and I got several weeks, maybe even months of enjoyment from a game. Like that's worth it to me. Like I just put things into perspective. Like when I buy a game or when I buy a product as a consumer, I'm always valuing the money that I'm spending versus the usage or like the entertainment or whatever I'm getting out of it. So like $5 for what, several weeks or months of entertainment, worth it to me. Yeah, because I played TCM a while ago, and then I played it more, like I started playing it more recently again, and then of course the update dropped. Now, obviously, I'm not as offended or hurt by the PSA because it doesn't apply to me. Like, if it's something I'm barely playing, then realistically, I'm not going to be upset about it. Obviously, I can understand the sentiment of the other people that were dead. Like, if you're if you're dedicated to it, okay, let's kind of like flip the script a little. Let's say, for example, they did like Timmy Studios did exactly what Gun Interactive did for Pokemon Unite, and they literally just said, okay, no more updates, no more changes, no more balance updates, nothing. Period. Goodbye. Then I'd be like, Jesus Christ, you guys are the biggest shit. Like, I would literally just start shitting on them even more than I'm already shitting on them. Like, despite me, like, people could debate or argue that like I'm promoting the game because I'm playing it on stream, but like, even though I play it for you guys, I never say anything along the lines of you should download this. You're gonna have so much fun when you play this game. Ever. Because it's not true. Like, I would be lying. Like, I'd literally just like if I ever did that, you guys can call me a sellout. Like, deadass. Like, you'd be like, Chan, you're a sellout. I can't believe you joined the Timmy Studios agents and like started promoting this game even though you hate it so much. It's like, yeah, I would never do that. It would go against my moral principle of advocating for a game that I know is objectively bad. Do you think someone would buy it before Timmy kills it? The thing is that it becomes complicated when you're considering the whole Pokemon Unite licensing thing. Um, I think they would probably kill it before ever selling it, unless unless you mean just like the devs swapping around. But the thing is, like, at the end of the day, devs are people that work. Like, the dev team are just people that know how to do their job, but they don't make the executive decisions. At the end of the day, it's like the dev team may want to push for a completely different direction, but it doesn't matter if they don't get the sign off on it. Like, what if they actually like? What if the dev team actually wanted a proper matchmaking system, proper in-game rewards, proper like weekly or bi-weekly balance updates? But then the people in charge just said, "Yeah, that may be a great idea, but no, that is not the case. Like, we want to maximize our skin revenue." Like what Pogo did. Okay, the thing about Pogo is weird because although they've been officially bought out from Niantic, it's not like it's changed anything so far. So, and let me open the game because I need to see. I'm pretty sure it's still not. Yeah, it's still Niantic. So technically speaking, like although the Saudi company bought Pogo, they haven't made the transition to actually advertise that they're in charge now. What am I selling? Cookies and cream. And, the sun chips that are going to poison you. Oh, so I was looking at this, by the way. Uh, I was looking at this, and just to fact check, in terms of Thea's Sky Ruins, so I'm talking about from when the map first released and after the initial update, this map, with the exception of Rayquaza, if you exclude Rayquaza in the Shield update and the score, in the score update, this map has not changed at all since wait, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, September 16th, 2022. Can you guys fucking believe that? So, so just to clarify, when this map first came out, this came out in okay. So we started playing Thea Skyrunes on September 2nd, I believe, of 2022. That's when the map officially came out. And then you had the so if you remember the map, by the way, so this image that you see right now, like this is a for the record, this is a Chris Heroes video. This is like one of the first videos that Chris made on Thea Skyrunes. And just for clarification, this whole video is designed for like outlining the changes between Remote Stadium and Thea Skyrunes. So obviously at the time, you got everything, you got the Natus, you got the Swablues, and what I can do for you here, this might be a little overwhelming for you. So what I can do is I'll do this. So the major changes or the major differences are here, 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 yeah, and I think that's pretty much it. Unless I'm missing something else here. Let me just do a double take. Battle toys are there, spawning at the same time. I don't remember. I'm trying to brain fart on this. Is it always in Dini here? Is that always an Indini, or is that a Baltoy? Oh, sorry, not a Baltoy. Oh yeah, is it a Baltoy now? I don't remember. Oh yeah, yeah, neutral farm. Okay, so I can close that one. So yeah, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Okay, so this is the map of Thea Skyrunes when it first launched. So some people might not even remember it because they didn't even play. Like the update was around for so little, or like it was short lived, is what I should say, because it literally only lasted 2 weeks. So when Thea Skyrunes came out, it came out September 2nd, 2022. That was almost 3 years ago. Almost. It's 2.5 if we're being more practical or realistic. And of course, you had the Swablues, which were 3 individual camps. You had 2 extra Baltoys in the center. And keep in mind, another thing that there was more experience. All right, so those are the 3 or like the major things about the Thea Skyrunes when it first launched, and this was September 2nd, 2022. Now, the reason I'm showing you this is because like part of the reason why this game feels so stale, besides the fact that we don't get regular meaningful updates, is like the map has not changed in a significant manner. And okay, so after this date, so keep in mind September 2nd, 2022. That's when Thea Skyrunes first launched. And then just to refer back to this Reddit post, because obviously the only time Reddit is useful for is screenshots. But okay, so this is when they updated Thea Skyrunes, okay? And you can see the timestamp. Like this, like it was posted this, on that day, which is literally 14 days, 2 weeks after the launch of the map. And this is when they decided they're swapping out Pokemon, the berries and like, the reversions to like some of the camps. And I think it was majorly in due to the fact that based on the original map, if I remember correctly, I don't remember the exact phrasing, obviously, because I would have to go back and find the patch notes. But basically, people were getting too much experience. People were getting so number one, the big issue was this, or one of the big issues were the Natus. So, but like you guys know how people play in the top lane. People play for running it down for stacks. Because these were three individual Pokemon on both sides, although their point values were just 1 point each for a total of 3 points collectively, the thing is, each Natu gave 1 point, which means, in theory, obviously, you could have 3 stacks worth of energy, or 3 stacks worth of attack weight, yes, cookies, special attack specs, whatever, off of one camp. And that's not even including like all the other camps, which is like, the Bunnelby, the Swablu, the Baltoy, the opposing team's Natu. And considering they're relatively low HP, there's a high probability of getting out secured or like, getting your camp stolen away by someone else. So yeah, people were getting their stacks way too quickly. So that's why they changed this for what is it? Bunny. Forgot those Natus ever existed? Yeah, because they weren't around for that long. They were around for like a week and a half. And then they finally decided, you know what? Some of you guys are being too cringe and you're stacking too much. So we're gonna make it one camp. Same point value, but just one camp. So that means less stacks. Which makes sense, but at the same time, okay. I do not think their line of thinking is wrong, because of that was a problem. So like I have mixed feelings about this. Number one, I can agree that people would get their 6 stacks way too quickly because these Natus were spawning. I don't think we could, like, objectively, I don't think any of us can really disagree. It was just too easy to get stacks, which is why they made part of that change. The problem I have with it, though, is because they changed this to where is it? To this. Oh wait, sorry. Because they changed that to this, it made the map feel more bland and similar to Remote Stadium. Eventually, it reached the point where all the new additions to the map, such as this, such as that, such as this, such as that, they're no longer here. And then you end up playing a reskin of Remote Stadium. The only thing that was different, or the only thing that made this map feel different, besides the fact that, you have a bunch of bushes everywhere that you can hide in, like over here, over here, over here, blah, blah, blah. Like, these are all bushes. Besides that, the only thing that was different is the fact that you have literally multiple avenues to get to middle. Okay? Like, you have here, you have here, you have here. And then, of course, not including the little spots over here. But, like, besides that, the map just felt like a reskin. And I made this, like, I know in the past we've discussed this before, but the big issue is the map hasn't changed in so long. Like, this is from 3 years ago. Oh, okay, 2.5 years ago. And the only significant change since then was the Rayquaza update. Now, I don't know if you guys remember, by the way, the Rayquaza shield was a lot more overpowered. Like, they made the Rayquaza shield change. I watched this video a couple of days ago too, no fucking way. Yeah, because this is basically like one of the few videos that kind of outlines the Skyrims from back in the day. See, this is why you gotta get. This is why you gotta give credit to Chris Heroes, because like this is like the reference point. You're going back in time to kind of see how Pokemon Unite has changed since back in the day, and in reality, it has not changed that much, if at all, which is quite sad. Oh my god, I have another ad coming up. The main long-term change that stuck was bot lane not being so much better than top. Uh, so to respond to that, Yeah, I know there's an ad playing. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Is okay. It's funny because when you look, so I know this looks a little crazy, but like when you look at this and when you look at this, it's like there's really like it's different sprites, okay? Like the effects of the buffs, the neutral objectives are different. Oh my god, I just fucked up. I just closed that freaking Chris Heroes video. God damn it. That was actually one of his most watched videos this year. No, I lost it. You ever watch Badlands Chugs? Can't say that's familiar. What's it about? Doesn't sound familiar, but I could be wrong. Hold on, give me 1 second. I screwed up. I screwed up. I closed something I shouldn't have closed. Okay, I found it. Can you get a Chan carry? Bro, I can't even carry myself. I'm washed, man. I'm absolutely giga. Um. Okay, so like if we look here and we look here, and keep in mind this isn't even the final. So actually, what I need to do here is I need to go back to this. So this isn't even the final product because at the end of the day, this is not here. That's not here. That's not here. That's not here. So we want to okay. So we want to compare Remote Stadium to how it is right now versus Thea Skyrim's how it is right now. So basically, what you see here is these are not here, but actually, wait. Yeah, Zatus are not here, and then basically it's a bunny instead. They completely got rid of this. So there were like back in the day, there were 4 bell toys, and it's funny because even to this day, right now, if you were to go play a match of poker like a remote stadium, there's still 4 core fishes in the middle. Like despite the fact the map is like still linear, you still have 4 core fishes in the middle. The map is smaller, so it's easier to clear your stuff. And then yeah, there's different effects here and there, but overall it's the same concept. But the fact that there's more on remote stadium and there's more. The only difference is the layout, and the fact that the map is smaller. You can argue that's good or bad, because it's smaller, meaning it's easier to move across the map. Like, it's easier to rotate, it's easier to get from one place to another. It's bad because, obviously, you don't have as much playmaking potential, if that's how you want to phrase it, just because there's not a lot of bush coverage. Like, the only two bushes here, so the only two bushes are here, here, and then, of course, in the lanes. That's it. Oh, and I think there's a bush like here in the jungle as well. I don't remember if there's one right here. Like, I know there's bushes over here, but I don't remember if there's one in the choke point as well, at the top of my head. Did you ever watch Moist Critical's video of Unite? Yeah, I did at the beginning. I mean, was he wrong? I honestly, I know I watched it, I just don't remember it. If I'm being all that honest. You know what? Hold on. I actually don't remember this video. I know it got a lot of. Oh, here it is. Sorry, it was literally the first one.
I wonder how extreme that could be. If I 20 these, huh? It's $40 for a fully upgraded item. It's only 3% though. Do you realize how huge of an impact that is? I hate doing this, but I really want to see how this goes. See, it's 40 for a full upgrade. I feel like this is just gonna be busted. The most powerful Pokemon will be the legendary.
Oh, I kind of remember now. I do kind of remember it.
Oh, these fucking kids are about to get outskilled so hard. Wait, it goes past level 20? Alright, we're riding her to the top.
Will new map be coming out next year?
No, I need more
I
money,
do not work
Bob,
for the devs.
Bob.
I have no idea. That's not something I can answer.
Reggie.
That is, unless
this feels like it's just
there is nobody that can answer that question in this community.
One shot.
Unless they are just a reputable leaker,
man. You can actually just
or it's someone probably that's gonna break an NDA and go to jail afterwards at the risk of revealing that type of confidential information.
There's so much copium in the chat saying there's no way they'd let you do that. That'd be such a dumb oversight. You can't do that, Charlie. You're stupid for thinking it's possible. Never give credit to Nintendo for anything. They're so fucking dumb. This is legitimately pay to win. I'm going to have one of the very first max level bans here. Everyone's gonna report you. It's not my fucking fault that Nintendo made a pay to win MOBA, which I cannot even believe exists. Well, I'm definitely gonna climb to the #1 slot tonight. I will be global rank 1 in this game, all through credit card transactions. What I like about Float is I can literally be the boogeyman to these kids. I could be in bot lane, I could slam dick on their chin with my pay-to-win bonuses, and then I can immediately scoot to top.
Okay, I will say this right now. Here's the thing, and for those of you that didn't watch this video, if I'm being completely honest, hurt Pokemon Unite so much, but like, Moist Critical has a bigger community than the Pokemon Unite community. Like, with the exception at the very beginning of the game, when everyone was trying out the game, Moist Critical's community is bigger than Pokemon Unite, as it is right now, by a huge margin. Like, it's not even like a comparison. Like, you compare Pokemon Unite, and I'm talking everything, like every server and its active player base versus Moist Critical's fan base, Moist Critical wins. Like, if they were to go into a boxing ring, the community, like, if it was like a numbers game, you got everyone from Pokemon Unite and all Moist Critical's fans. Yeah, you're gonna see like one stadium of Pokemon Unite filled, and then you're gonna have like 100 stadiums of fucking Moist Critical's fanboys. But anyways, the point I'm trying to make is like, because of such a like, when so many content creators with big followings and, you know, big large amounts of supporters, especially when they're easily influenced by their favorite content creator, when people like Moist said this game is pay to play, it literally just closed the door for so many people that may have been potential players for this game. Because like, you got to think of like the sheep mentality, or like the, you know, the very easily influenced individual. If my favorite streamer is saying, "Oh my god, it's a pay to win game," they're probably thinking, if Moist says it's a pay to win game, I'm not playing that game. That's pretty much how it goes. And the thing is, it's not like Moist Critical was the only one. There were plenty of other people that said, "Hey, Pokemon Unite is like pay to win type of thing." Like, he's not the only one. But the thing is, he's one of the many, or like one of the handful of people that were just really big content creator, and then he kind of like shat on the game. Now, at the time of when he said this, um, it was pretty early to kind of make that judgment call. Like, do not misunderstand. Technically speaking, it was pay to win. Technically speaking, nobody like there like is you cannot refute that fact. For a short period of time, it was a pay to win game where you could have an advantage over the new other like you could have an advantage over the people that didn't swipe their credit card because they were just starting off. So as you can see, Moist Critical is spending money to get the item enhancers to level everything up to level 30, while everyone else that is still starting off in the game are probably still using level 1 items. Which, obviously, is a huge deal. Like, if you have one player that has 3 level 30 items versus one person that has 3 level 1 items, not to mention, keep in mind, at this time, Pokemon Unite didn't have emblems. Yeah. Pokemon Unite didn't have emblems at this time, so it was literally just items. So when you have like that big of a discrepancy in base stats and value, it makes a huge difference between what one player can do on an individual level versus, you know, other people. I had a friend who played MG Magic the Gathering online in Rocket League with. I'm assuming that's MGO's Magic the Gathering. And Rocket League with me all the time. He tried to get him to play Unite, and he told me that he's not playing it because of this video, despite me explaining to him that things had changed over time, so the video did its damage. Yeah, of course. Like, obviously, not everyone's gonna listen to, you know, their goated streamer on a literal level. Like, some people might give it the benefit of the doubt and try it themselves. Obviously, that's all you can really ask for. Like, whenever you have a new game or activity, sport, whatever, just give it a try. That's it. And then if you don't like it, you don't like it. Then you can just stop right there. But I genuinely just think it's silly for you to just not try something because someone else said so. Because they kind of just accept that person's opinion or word as law, and it allows them to affect their perception of something. Now, just don't misunderstand. It's not like I'm advocating for Pokemon Unite either. Like, at this point in time, you kind of just saved yourself from several years of hardship by not playing at the very beginning. But I think the main takeaway is, despite the fact the game is what it is right now, this game could have been bigger if people hadn't shat on it on literally day one, is the problem. Like, when was this video posted? 3 years ago. Does it say the exact date though? Hold on. No, it doesn't. Okay. Anyways,
Before they can even blink. I think I'm gonna go Floatstone. Team for Pokemon Unite. Yeah, it's pretty. It makes me significantly weaker somehow. Alright.
you know what's crazy though? Like, just look at this video, like, from back in the day. Um, looking back on this game, or sorry, looking back on this video, like, can you believe that now, if you are at this rank and you're trying to find a match, you will probably never find a lobby of like actual real players. Like when we played this game, when the game launched, at this rank, you would always find a lobby. Like you would always actually find real human beings. But at like now, it's always bot matches. Bot matches, bot matches, bot match, and then maybe one in every like 30 games, you will find a real match. 23rd July 2021, yeah, Unite was being dunked on hard all week at launch. I mean, they're like, give me 1 second, give me 1 second. Okay, let's look right here. Like, how many videos? Let me go by. Can I filter by like the views? That's not it. Oh, I want Pokemon Unite. Yeah, but like, look at okay. The point that okay, not all these videos are related to Pokemon Unite. But you got like Moist Critical with 2.3 million views. You got this guy over here with over 500,000 views. Another game, or sorry, another content creator with almost 500,000 views. You got other people that like these are people that get more views than like someone than like Chris Heroes. To put things into perspective, obviously Chris Heroes is objectively the biggest streamer and the only, like basically the last person left that's carrying Pokemon Unite in a nutshell. Like he is the biggest content creator for Pokemon Unite, unless you are including there's someone named Obuyan Obuyan TV. Although he streams on Twitch, he might not get a lot of attention because like he's a YouTube uh streamer, but like he gets more viewers than Chris. The thing is, you just don't notice because he's an Asian streamer, and he primarily makes content on YouTube. So not a lot of people really know that, but he's actually bigger than Chris Heroes in terms of viewership. I don't know if he makes content though. Let me see. Hold on. Uh, Obion, I think. Yeah, I think this is the guy. Is he making content for you for Pokemon Unite? Yeah, he is. He's still making content. How does it compare to Chris? Let me see. How's Chris doing? Curious. Sorry, my natural curiosity just kicked in. Let's see. Chris is yeah, so he ranges from like let's say 7,000 to like a little over 10,000 views per video. Obion a little less. Okay. Anyways, yeah, but where was I? Where's the thingy? Okay, yeah, the point I was trying to make though, or I think the point that you guys were alluding to was like on day one of Pokemon Unite, you had so many people shit talking the game, and like when you see these games, like look at the timestamps on these videos. Although you don't have an exact date here, 3 years ago, that's beginning of Pokemon Unite. 3 years ago, beginning of Pokemon Unite. 1 year ago, that's relatively recently. 3 years ago, Pokemon Unite beginning. 3 years ago, Pokemon Unite beginning. 3 years ago, Pokemon Unite beginning. And these are some of like funnily enough, these are still the most viewed videos of Pokemon Unite to date on YouTube. Some of. Like, what if I just put Pokemon Unite and then I just let me see here. Like, I'm genuinely curious now. So Pokemon Unite. Oh, other way. Sorry, I picked the wrong one. Okay, so that's the trailer. Trailer. Tournament. The YouTube short. I find it kind of funny. Well, like it's expected, but like I find it kind of funny that most of the like literally the most popular videos ever for this game are from people that literally just stop playing it after like the first month of the game. Oh, that's like the most I guess publicity that this game will ever get, which was 3 years ago. Any ASS Day videos? Who do you think ruins slash hurts the game more, the developers or the community? Mm, I don't know. That's a tough one. I mean, if we were to turn this into like hold on 1 second. Yeah, that's a tough one because there's like a lot of things. There's a lot of things on both ends that contribute to like I think it's if you wanted my honest opinion, I think it's both. I don't think that either one is really making the game more appealing to any new players, which is part of the reason why this game's uh community has kind of stagnated or even declined. Like it's not like you see new players running at the door to try Pokemon Unite. Like I'm sure there are some people giving it a shot here and there, but there are probably more people taking periodic breaks and quitting rather than like the amount of people that are probably like taking periodic breaks and just not playing the game versus new players, it doesn't outweigh the other. Like there are more people just I feel improved matching from 2 days ago. I played 2 days ago and I didn't notice jack. I think the games I played on stream were some of the worst that I've encountered in quite some time. So I'm based on my sample size of games, I didn't notice anything, but I'm not saying there were no changes either. One is the consequence of the other. It's okay, here's the thing. When we talk about the developers, I think one of the biggest issues right now, and it's a root problem that needs to be solved on their end. But one update every 2-3 months is not sufficient to keep this game enjoyable for the average active player. That's problem number one. Like at this point, if they wanted, like if they were gonna start making significant changes, they needed to have done it a while ago. And the first step to that is increase the frequency of updates. I'm not saying you need to make a new map every other update, but at the same time, like a balance update or like first of all, bug fixes, balance updates should be happening once every 2 weeks. That would be a start. Updates and what? Quality of life updates. So Resi, you weren't here for this, but I was talking about this very briefly when we got to the end. So obviously, I'm sure you're aware there's a patch update coming later today or tomorrow, whatever. And then this is at the end. So I was talking about this, and this goes hand in hand with competitive integrity because I was using the example of Cramran as well. So I'm sure you know, as a competitive player yourself, um, there was a long period of time where Cramran was not playable in UCS because it was bug and exploitable for numerous reasons. Um, this right here, so this one right here, and this right here, these are bug and exploits that benefit the player that are using them. Okay, then I'll read it out loud just in case. So there's a up. This technically speaking, this is still live because the patch hasn't happened yet. So fix an issue where a Alolan Raichu can move with its ability Surge Surfer while stunned. So basically, you could still move while you're stunned. That's a bug slash exploit that benefits the player. Here's another one. Fix an issue where Zacian can use another move while using Enhanced Play Rough. So basically, you could use two skills at once when you use your Enhanced Play Rough. Now, obviously, it may seem minor to some people, but the thing is, they are played so much, especially on the highest competitive level of Pokemon Unite. It's like I don't know whether some people knew about this or if they're playing it like blindly. But at the same time, the devs are aware of it because obviously they fixed it in this upcoming update. Now it's like if the devs were aware of it, they should make things like this public knowledge so that people playing competitive should not be taking advantage of it, whether it be intentionally or unintentionally. But like I was also saying, like if you're a competitive player and you're playing these Pokemon and you are aware of these types of bugs and you're using them to your advantage on the highest competitive stage, it's like it's cringe. You have no competitive integrity. Like stuff like this is like, how is this even remotely acceptable in the highest level of play? Now, whether it happened or not, I have no idea because once again, I'm not even aware of these issues because I don't like first of all, I don't play these Pokemon. I have not played a single game of Raichu. I have literally zero. Number two, in this entire season of Pokemon Unite, maybe even last season as well, I think I have like less than 10 games of Zacian played. I don't know when this bug started. I don't know how long it's been active for, but I just wasn't aware of it. Now, like I said, the devs are aware of it because they fixed it. But the thing is like that communication between the competitive scene as well as the devs is not there because obviously I don't know if it's just because well actually I don't know if it's because they don't know. I don't know if it's just because they don't care. But the reality of the situation is Pokemon that are exploitable are able to be eligible for play, which makes absolutely zero sense to me. like if this shit happened at Worlds, just as an example, if this type of shit happened at Worlds, I would be like so turned off from the game. It's like I don't even care about competitive as an individual person because I just don't care to play. But like at the same time, when I see stuff like this, and this is probably like one of many examples, because obviously there were lots of situations where um bug Pokemon were allowed in competitive play. Another example was like when Inteleon was bugged for a long time. Every time you died, you had increased damage output. So basically, any Inteleon player that played that Pokemon at a relatively efficient level could keep on running it down, and they would still um, benefit from that. But for whatever reason, like stuff like that was not stopped in advance, as in Inteleon was not banned from competitive tournaments. But like that's one of many things. It's like it was cringe. And the thing is, like at that time, I know I was aware of it, and like when I would see people play Inteleon, it's just like in my head, I would say to myself, "You're cringe. You're a cheater." Doesn't matter what your reasoning is. Doesn't matter. You're playing for money. You're playing as a pro Pokemon Unite player. You're cheating. You're cringe. Now that's my opinion. I'm not saying that as like I'm not saying you guys have to agree with me, but yeah, it's like it's stuff like that where it's just like it's kind of the norm now, but like there's not enough attention to detail for people to really make an executive decision on stuff like that. I don't know. Whatever the reasoning is, it's like it happens a lot. Um, so like stuff like this, okay. So just to go back to the original question, like what type of updates should they do? Stuff like this. For starters, Pokemon that are being affected in major ways that can benefit the players, like if there are unintended bugs, they should be rectified in a timely manner. The problem is like when a bug happens, we don't know when it happens. We just know when it gets fixed, whenever that is. So these could be ongoing for months, a few days, weeks. Like unless someone just finds out about it by playing the character nonchalantly and then they kind of publicize it. There's that exception, but otherwise, yeah, stuff like this shouldn't happen. Quality of life updates, like how long have people on the Switch been asking for something as not simple, but like something meaningful, like an optimization update to make the game run a little bit smoother, just a little bit, so that when you're team fighting on the Nintendo Switch, your frames don't go from 60 to 15 in the middle of a team fight, or like when you're navigating the menus, it doesn't take 20 years for something to load. I'm sure if they pooled in the resources and the time, they could fix something like that or make adjustments. Do they do that? No. Um, Boost of attack stats or HP stats should change to attack speed so that this item will become choice between two muscle. Which two, baby? The even okay. So the thing is, Switch 2 may be a solution to the frame drops for Pokemon Unite, but you also have to keep in mind that's not even coming from the devs. That's coming from literally Nintendo because it's just normal for um, them to release more consoles. You know, so you can't even give like you couldn't even give props to the devs on that one. It's literally just Nintendo. Hey, we want to make more money. Here's console number two, and then if Pokemon Unite is available on there, you just download that and play on better specs. It's like getting a new phone. Like if you're a mobile player and you get a new phone that's better than your old one, it's not like you're gonna give props to Timmy Studios. You're literally just gonna be like, wow, I'm so grateful that I have this new phone that I can play on and it's better than my old one. Even now you're getting frame drops on mobile. You see, the thing is like you get frame drops on mobile, and obviously that sucks. But that's literally just Nintendo Switch players, like literally every single game that they play. This changes maybe as reason new item. This changes maybe as reason new item is released. Amulet. I'm not sure what you're trying to say, if I'm being honest. Like what else could they do? So obviously, yeah, quality of life updates, you know, balance updates. Um, I am not so unrealistic to say that you need to make a new map. Like personally, I don't necessarily care. Like whether we go back to Remote Stadium, whether we go back to whether we continue playing Thea Skyrunes, for me that's not the issue. What I want, especially considering the map has been out for 2.5 years, whether it's like a reskin, whether it's like new camps, as in they replace old camps with new ones, they could keep them in the same spot, but maybe they have different effects. Maybe they add some camps. Maybe they add like a different objective. Hell, what if they like? You know what? Let me just show you guys this. It's easier for me to ramble, but maybe some visual representation would help. Where is it? Where is it? Sorry, I'm just looking for something really quickly. Bear with me. Uh,
What do we have?
okay, let's just do this for example. So, um, I don't know if you guys. I'm sure you've all tried it at some point. If not, then obviously it's still in the game right now. So if you wanted to, you can go check it out. The 500-point game mode. Now, despite my reservations about this game mode, it's not the game mode that I have a problem with. It's more so at this point, it's the players, um, and the matchmaking that prevent me from playing this game mode more. I think the only time I'd probably play this game mode is if I have people to play with and they want to play it. But yeah, I would never play this game mode solo queue. And I've tried it out. Don't get me wrong. I've tried it, and I told you specifically the addition of the mechanics as well as like the difference in the map in terms of what is on the map itself makes it more enjoyable. However, emphasis on the however, because matchmaking is really shitty because it's a casual game mode, on top of the fact the difficulty is even higher than a regular match because of the additional features, it is not enjoyable for me because it's like adding a learning curve to people that don't know how to play the game at its base game mode to begin with. So it's like you have like just to simplify that a little bit more, people are already struggling playing ranked and unranked on Thea Skyrunes or Remote Stadium. So what's gonna happen when you have them play a harder game mode on the same exact map, or actually not even the exact same map, because they have more features. So it's like harder game mode, same skill level player. What do you think is gonna happen? They're gonna have a harder time. That's what's gonna happen. Objectively speaking, if you tune up the difficulty and the player and the skill level of the player is the same or debatably even worse, then you're like it's just gonna be a rough time. And then I can kind of skim through this video just to show you what's different about it, because some of you may have not have played it, but
Have arrived. My first little pipe already.
the number one, right here, right off the rip, Swablues. This is not in like, okay, it is Remote Stadium. it is Remote Stadium, but different map, like obviously different game modes, so you have different camps. This is different. Because that's not a Remote Stadium. If you were to play Remote Stadium non 500 point game mode, you would see core fishes here. So that's number one. So you know what? Let's do a little tally of things that are different. We'll speed run it, okay?
Okay. Was level 5? Let's gank. I have no overview right now.
That right there? You didn't see it, but there was the Flamigo right here. So you had the Flamigos, you have the Altarias, you have the Altarias here. You have the Klefki over here. So that right there, like, literally, beginning of the match, you have a bunch of different things. Different Pokemon here, different Pokemon here, different Pokemon here, different camps over here. Now, although you're playing the same map, it is, emphasis on this word, it is refreshing to play a game where things are different. Because you want to know why? Because you're not looking at the same thing you've been looking at for literally 2.5 years, on top of the fact some of these things have different effects. Like the Klefki, that has a different effect. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but like the keychain Pokemon, that's different. So there's a learning curve of if you're someone that has been playing the game since the beginning, or you're a veteran Pokemon Unite player, one of the things that makes the game fun, or even just like appealing, is the fact that there's something new to learn. Like, you have something to kind of test yourself, test your skill, or there's that learning curve of getting better at a game. Nobody wants to play a game that doesn't change for literally forever. Why do you think that so many people have stopped playing this game? It's because the game doesn't change quick enough to match their, desired preference.
Ooh. Wait, so high level already.
Is this the quality? Oh my god, I was wondering why it was so bad quality.
Shit, please. Do we go for this objective? I mean, I guess. Oh, there was something up here. Oh.
This right here. Regieleki at what? How 1 minute and so 1 minute. 1 minute into the game, you got your first objective right in the middle of the lane. Like, that's something that is completely different than anything we've ever experienced in Pokemon Unite on any of the other game modes. Or at least, like, default game modes. Unranked, ranked, and Steel Skyruns, and, Remote Stadium.
Out of my pursuit. That's not very nice.
Now, obviously, it makes the game a lot more chaotic because you have an objective spawning in your face, but hey, at least it makes the game different. Even simple, even this right here, like simple things like, oh, you got a additional avenue to get into the jungle and get back. Like, go here, go here. Like, it just makes the game feel different. B Emperor, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Hope you had a great stream. Thank you for the raid, man. Appreciate it. But like, the point I'm trying to get at, it's like, although I don't play this game mode has so many additional features that makes the game feel alive. Like, okay, I might be a little I am biased. Everyone's biased. But the thing is, because I've been playing this game for so long, and because I'm mainly just playing the same game mode over and over and over again, that's part of the reason why it feels stale. If you're someone that doesn't play Pokemon Unite a lot, or you're someone that takes extensive breaks or very regular breaks, then you might not be subject to the burnout that I probably feel, because like you don't play as much, which is perfectly fine. That's fair. Like, if you don't play the game a lot, like, you might not feel inclined to think that this game needs to be, updated as frequently as I do, because it's like, oh, you play a handful of games, then you take a break, and then you know, or like you just don't play as much type of thing.
Okay, we got our next talent.
I like the 500 now after
Yes,
playing the
the
event.
basic attack steer opponent.
Okay. Once again, I will say this as well. I like the 500 point game mode too. If there was a ranked version of it, I would play it. However, I am not a fan of the so because it is a casual game mode and because the spectrum of players, that means anyone from master ranked, let's pretend master ranked is over here and unranked is over here. The fact that literally anyone from this spectrum can match up with you in this game mode, and it doesn't take into consideration your elo, the amount of games you played, your skill level, whatever metric you want to use. It takes into consideration nothing. All it does is literally you queue up, and whatever 9 other players are available at that time, they will match you up, and you play the game. Now, I understand it's a casual game mode, and it's supposed to be for fun. That like obviously you need to accept that. However, if I have to play a game mode and nobody knows what they're doing, as much as as fun as the game mode may or may not be, it is not fun for me on an individual level if I'm playing a game mode and nobody understands what to do. Like if I'm playing a game and I'm just like it would without even trying to be toxic, when I go into this game mode and I'm playing with the casual entire player base, it will literally feel like a 1v9 because people don't know how to go to lane in the literal sense because they've never played the game before. It's like I'm playing with people that are either still playing bot matches, they never played ranked, they barely played the game, and it's like, yeah, you got a bunch of features that are overwhelming for the average person. Not to mention, we still don't have a proper tutorial. So when you have new players playing debatably the hardest game mode that Pokemon Unite has ever made, it's like, how could you possibly expect them to know what to do when there's no in-game function that will teach you how to play the game properly? And before you say, oh, but Shan, they have bot matches. Bot matches do not teach you how to play the game. You know why? Because it is an unrealistic, like, it's just unrealistic. If the game detects you not being near your allies, it should have a pop-up saying you should group up with your allies to win more fights in casual game modes. Majority of the people that are still around probably want the game to stay in the current state. I mean, I can't speak on behalf of everyone. Like, I don't know what people like. I don't know what the average active Pokemon Unite player wants. For me, I would want consistent updates. If I had to choose between proper matchmaking and consistent balance updates or quality of life updates, I would go with the updates. Because the thing is, if the game were to improve on a fundamental level, and don't get me wrong, matchmaking is important. It is. I'm sure we would all love to have relatively balanced teams. The problem right now is that this game does not have the player base to sustain itself. Like, we just have a small player base. Like, that's it. Not to mention we all have our respective servers. Nerfing experience? None of that would be a problem if they had a real ranked mode. I don't know how they do that, but those players would just get filtered down to each other. Yeah. Also, since we're talking about ranked mode, in-game incentive. I don't know if you guys remember, but in the early seasons of Pokemon Unite, I think the first like 3 or 4 seasons, they had seasonal skins that you could get for a random Pokemon, like not even a random, for a specific Pokemon. In like as long as you got to, I believe 1400, or I don't know if it was 1400 or 1600, but if you got to that rating before the end of the season, you would get a skin for a Pokemon. For example, some people might not even have it to this day, because they eventually ended up removing it. An example is Mamoswine. So Mamoswine has a Helmet Bro skin, where it's literally just a helmet, but you would get that skin for participating in the ranked season and getting to a certain elo. There was Serena. There was a Serena skin. There was a Decidueye skin, and I think that was it. I think there might have been a Zero one. I'm not 100% sure, but the point is that in the early seasons of Unite, the early stages, you got a somewhat meaningful reward. You may not have played the Pokemon, like you might not be a Decidueye player, you might not be a Serena player, you might not be a Mamoswine player, but the thing is, it's still proof that you got to that rating, and it's something that some players will never have. Because it kind of reward you for being an early season player, and you know, it's something that you can use inside the game. Of course, it doesn't affect the game as like in any way, but it's like, oh cool, I got the skin. It's like a mini flex, I guess. But then they stopped doing it. And then they changed it from, instead of giving exclusive skins, they give you your sticker, they give you an avatar outfit, and they give you a portrait. Yeah, a portrait. Like, does anyone here care for a portrait? No. I'm still pissed they gave away the Cinder Battle Pass skin for free. Yeah, that one was like, that one was dumb. Like, don't get me wrong, I never bought the Cinderace skin, but that is stupid that they gave something away for free that people paid for. I'm pretty sure if people still would have bought it, but if you told people in advance that you're only paying for early access, but later on it would be free, I'm pretty sure people wouldn't have bought the skin. You're biased about that? Well, I didn't pay for the skin, but I got it for free. So, like, I'm not complaining. But I do feel bad for people that spent money on that skin or that battle pass, and then they're basically told, hey, yeah, we're giving this away for free, but you're not getting your money back. Like, that basically just feels like a middle finger. That's basically, pretend I'm Timmy Studios, and pretend you're the person that bought the Cinderace skin. That's for you, buddy. Mobile players didn't have access to it? Or I don't know about that. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But anyways, I think what would have been a what's the word I'm looking for? A proper way of compensation. Yeah. I think a proper form of compensation would be like if people that bought the Cinderace skin before it was given away for free, they get like a skin of their choice that's valued at it has a certain cutoff value, but like they would get to choose a skin of their choice, like out of like 5 skins, or like they would be given like a token or something to redeem in the shop. It may not be like you're not getting your money back, but at least you're getting something. That would have been like a somewhat reasonable compromise rather than just taking people's money and not giving them anything. Because as far as I understand, or as far as I know, people that bought the Cinderace skin were never compensated at all. They were basically just told, yeah, sorry, not sorry. Bring back skins on the gamble machine?
Eos energy. Oh, that sounds fun. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. I just got 30 points. That's not what I wanted. Wait. Kind of the basic attack.
Yeah, this right here as well. I like this because it, like, for me, this is basically the Pokemon Unite equivalent of in-game items. The only thing I didn't like Like, it's just random. That's the thing. That is like the only thing I don't like about this game mode. I like the concept of it, but I don't like the fact that literally all your technologies are just randomized. Because there's a, like because this game mode is so fast paced or so snowbally, some people could get more meaningful technologies than you, and it has nothing to do with like skill or anything. It's literally just, oh, they had the choice of a better option, and then they were just, they were just allowed to use it quickly.
The opponent's Eos energy.
I play
That
this one,
sounds
and sometimes I
fun.
want a
Oh,
different one at a certain
clicked the wrong
time.
thing.
One at a
I
certain
just
score
got
amount?
50 points.
Yeah.
That's not what I wanted. Wait. Can I skip from controller? Also, I picked the wrong ability. Okay, good start into this, yeah.
Owie. If
I
you
wanted,
okay,
sucker punch,
if
but okay.
Pokemon Unite wasn't leaving your region,
Okay.
if Unite was sticking around,
Yeah, but why is that message
Minecraft
still
or
popping
Pokemon Unite?
up? Oh.
What's with the frame rate? Oh shoot. It's my stream. Hold on. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. What's going on? No, no, no. I'm just closing some stuff. I have a lot of stuff open. I don't know why though. Let me close some stuff. I don't need this. I don't need that. 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 I might finish watching that. We'll see. Need that. Open. That for now. That. So many tabs open. Jesus Christ. What was that?
Lose all hindrance resistance every 10 seconds. For every 1 second you collect
Oh my god,
your
it's still
shield.
happening.
Shield effects.
It's just my shitty graphics card.
And ally Gulsons are stronger. Let's go this. Whenever I collect Eos coins, I build up a shield.
I've invested this competitive season, qualify for Worlds, so yeah.
Look at that shield! Look at that shield!
Something like that as well. Like I said, at... Wait, I should probably lower the volume on this. Hold on. Like, I would love to see these,
Oh my... Is that so broken or what?
Like, I would love to, like, I know they're not gonna do it, obviously, because this is a casual, more chaotic game mode. But I would love to see
He lives!
more,
It's such
more
a
or
good
different
matchup.
objectives
It's
in
such
normal
a
ranked
good
mode.
matchup.
But obviously they're not gonna do that, so
Yeah.
we're stuck playing the same game mode that
If I get... oh,
just feels like we're in a time loop.
we don't have a Trinita yet. Why am I doing so much damage? What is this? Why am I doing so much damage?
Like I said, if you're someone that plays this game actively, the game hasn't really changed, so it just feels stagnant. Like the only thing that's different from on a game-to-game basis is the fact that you probably play a different Pokemon, you play with different players, like different team comps, but it doesn't change the fact that the game itself is pretty much the same.
Wait.
I'm telling you, let me change it for you. No items comfy, go.
Oh, man.
No, I'm good, man. I'm good. I don't.
Who plays will take a Pikachu in this game mode, huh? Instantly. Okay.
Like, if I want the game to be
Score
different, not
is
harder.
faster. Or scoring take damage.
Harder and different are two completely different things.
Interrupt.
I get hard every single, like, the game is already hard enough for me as it is.
I want to take the score faster, maybe.
And I was about to say something that was gonna be so weird out of context, so I had to refrain myself and rephrase it.
I want to go in, but like, they have so much CC.
Yeah, not like that though.
This leads to mid lane, right?
I bet Michael Scott would said it. That's what she said. Okay, but besides this, like, I get you guys understand what I'm going with this though. Lots of different things in the 500-point game mode. Could definitely be like if they've done it for Remote Stadium, if they've done it with the Skyruns on this map, they could easily do it for ranked if they really want to. Make subtle changes. This right here. So, hold on, sorry, I messed up with the. Okay, I will keep this very simple. So right now, in terms of Pokemon Unite, this is every character in the game right now. Realistically, it's either playable or not playable. And I'm talking about, like, to put it simply, let's say, like, competitive. Just because... You know what? Okay, you know what? No. Shit. 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 Shit now. I don't care what anyone says, Crustle shit. People are trying to play Crustle support, and that shit is so bleh. Shit. Here. Hmm. Trying to tier list creator tier list? Well, like our content creators? This one's Wicked Blow. This one's fallen off so much. Pick on nerf. Armor Rouge? I feel like it can be played. I don't know about Me2X though. Me2X is kind of weird. Let's leave right here. Yeah, but they're like, there's some like honestly, I'm being generous too. There's some of them I would consider gray zone. But the point I'm trying to make with this is like, there's so many Pokemon in this game that are just like go unnoticed, or they're just so. I don't want to say they're like not playable, but they're just in a really bad state, and that's mainly because there's so many better picks. Like just as an example, let's use Mr. Mime as an example. I think Mr. Mime is in a horrible spot right now. It's classified as a support. You have so many supports in this game that are better than it. Then realistically, I would probably pick almost any other support before I pick Mr. Mime. Like, I'm not saying you can't, like, Mr. Mime can't be good. I'm not saying, like, something silly, like, you can't win with it. All I'm saying is, like, the reason why I put stuff in, like, terrible is because, like, bro, if I have to, like, make sure that, like, 5 other options are not available before I pick you, then there's a problem. Either, like, you just objectively suck, or you just need some sort of buff or rework to put you in, like, for solo queue? Bro, literally, for solo queue, this would be completely different. You want me to do solo queue? I think I'd say like this is more like competitive more than anything else. Like if I want to make it easier though, here. Do that. Um, see here. No, this is comp. This would be comp for me. Oh, actually, no. Let's move Blastoise to somewhat viable. A2X, Blastoise, Gengar, no. Eldegoss. The thing is, I don't put Eldegoss in the same tier as Blissey, Hoopa, and Psyduck, so I can't put it in the same category. You accidentally put... Oh. You accidentally put Owl too low? Brother. I might be blind, but I'm not dumb. Um... Am I missing anyone? Um... I'm trying to think. Where's Mew? Mew's right here. But I hadn't got there yet. I was still in the second row. I'm doing like another run through of like Charizard, Eberish, Espeon, Venusaur, Serena. Mm, the thing is that I'm not gonna put Mew higher though, because nowadays, what people are mainly playing it as a support rather than an actual attacker. Bro, Greninja's awful, man. Greninja's actually awful right now, and that's even after buffs. Bro, terrible. Like the only like people I've seen people playing the lane in UCS. And I think there was like one game where we went in the jungle. Bro, if you gotta wait till level 7 before you can be relevant anyway, it's like, it's shit, bro. And I think if I remember correctly, I might be misremembering. I think Yutao played it. Yeah, I think Yutao might have played it in a best of 5, and I think they lost with it too. I don't remember though. I think it was like one game where they were up 2-0 or some shit like that. And they went for like a full Mimi team and then they got absolutely stomped. I think that might have been the series where they got reverse swept. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this. And then let me just screenshot this. Actually, you know what? Hold on, wait. Oh, I will screen grab this. Uh, old item tier list. Bro, do we even? Hold on. Do we even have a tier list for that? Do. Old item tier list. Okay. What the hell is this? Okay, obviously, insta S tier. No doubt about that. Instant S tier. Let's see. What's the worst item in the game? Hmm. Oh, wait, I just realized they put them together. Oh. D tier is harsh for Shellbell? Yeah, but there's like very few Pokemon that would use that over the other special attack items that are available. Okay, fine. I'll get a C. Let me see. You know what? I think the only item. What's the one next to Slick Spoon? It's like Dodge Coin. It's like a meme coin. Someone's trying to sell me uh crypto through a tier list. I have no idea what it is. Maybe it's Amulet Coin in advance. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna put anything else in S tier because I think literally because this item is so much better than everything else, this is its own S tier, and then everything else is A or below. Let's go with let's see here. Mm, the thing about its hack weight and special spec, like I'm conflicted about these two items. Actually, like these three items specifically, because the thing is like objectively they're all good items, but it's on the contingent basis that you get your stacks. So I'm not a fan of items that are dependent on stacks just because like if you get your 6 stats, you're Gucci, you're golden, you get maximum value. But you're never guaranteed to get 6 stats in stacks in a game. Which is why I'm hesitant to put it in like an A tier. Maybe I'll put them like B. Just because of that simple well, just because of that. Mm, yeah. Mm. How many Pokemon actually benefit from EOS Cookie? Like, I'm trying to think in my head right now. Like, what Pokemon are gonna be running EOS Cookie and are gonna be benefiting it from it? Like a lot though. I think EOS Cookie is more niche than attack weight and special attack specs. So me actually. Yeah, I'm gonna put this lower because I think there's just like a lot less Pokemon that use it. It's not reworked yet. Those items are not reworked yet. The patch is not live, so it doesn't count. I cannot rate something if it's not live. And then if we're doing okay, full heal obviously S tier, deck button S tier, D tier, tier. Hmm. Goal Hacker is not even D tier. That's the lowest I can go. What do you mean? Okay, you know what? Goal Hacker stays at the bottom. All right. I think I'm okay with that. S tier XP share, full heal and eject button. Muscle Band, Resident Guard, Scope Lens, Charging Charm, Weakness Policy, Slick Spoon, Energy Amp, and Razor Claw for A. Rapid Fire Scarf, Attack Weight, Curse Incense, Curse Bangle, Floatstone, Doubles Glasses, and Focus Band for B. The thing is, like, these items are niche. Like Rocky Helmet, Assault Vest, these are niche. Shell Bell, niche as well. Very limited usage for some Pokemon. Where do you put braces? If I were to put the braces as they are right now, I would probably put them in A as they are right now. I think after the patch that goes live later, I'd probably put them in B. High C or B. Because the thing is, it takes twice as long to get your stacks now, and it's not like you get more value out of it. Like it would be a B or a high C. So I'll probably tell you this right now. After the update that happens later, I will probably stop using Acel Bracer, and I will go back to whatever item I was using before. D plus. All right, you know what? Here, Reska Hood is number one here. I have to change many mons again. Yeah, I mean that's part of his adept. They're nerfing the bracers, yeah. So basically, instead of 10 stacks, it's 20 stacks. Can you do tier list for solo queue? Okay, bet. Here. I'll do a tier list for solo queue, no problem. Solo queue tier list, huh? Let's see here. By the way, this is before the update. By the way, like this is like before the update. Here. I can't. I cannot put any. I literally cannot put any support in good conscience higher than a B. Uh, hmm, hmm. Oh, pure carry ability? Okay, wait, hold on. If we're talking about pure carry ability, say less. That makes it so much easier. Hold on. Pure carry ability? Okay, no. Uh, no, I'll put Blissey and C. Let's do that. Rip Scald, bro. Pure carry ability, huh? Scald, bro, better than carry Blissey? I mean, Blissey's Blissey. If we're talking about, okay, like, are we just talking about the individual Pokemon itself? Because then it, like, literally, if we're talking about literally just the Pokemon itself, literally, then these things are not carrying anything. Because they're literally just like, I mean, Psyduck has a little bit more carry potential, I guess, but tell me Unite Dev's got a tiny props from Shan with the patch notes. Tiny props? They don't get a props. They get like a pinky. Like that. Like we will touch pinkies like that. So let's say this is like Timmy Studios. This is me. They get like a boink. Better than nothing, but it's not like it's gonna change the game a whole lot. Yeah, the thing is, everything has potential. It's just the thing is it gonna happen? How often, how frequently is it gonna happen? I have no idea. Like a level 15 Tyranitar will eat things, man. Lissy could raise secure? Yeah, Egg Bomb. Egg Bomb secure. We've seen it before. Live UCS. That ain't happening. Hell no. Hell no to the no, no, no. Hmm. 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 Oh, it's basically a freaking sack of potatoes, bro. That thing ain't doing dick. Hmm. There's gonna be a lot of things in B's if we're just. Yo, fuck Cramran. Cramran's going to C. The day I see a Sylveon carry, that day. Dive slash Yeah, I gotta. How often is that gonna happen though? That's the thing. Like, if we're talking about like the highest carry potential, like the thing is, everything has carry potential. At that point, I might as well just put like S tier on everyone. Oh, it can carry. Oh, it can carry. Oh, it can carry. It can carry. Like it can carry. Actually, no, Lapras is actually pretty. To be honest, this is harder than I thought. Damage output with Ray and Secure. Bro, everything has damage output with Rayquaza. That's the whole point. They get damage with that shield. I don't know. I'm not super happy with it, but like, I'm not like. Gotta go with something like that. Oh shit, hold on. Here, 1 second, guys. I gotta go spin the wheel. Time. I'm actually like 3 hours late. I was supposed to do it once every 24 hours, and I haven't been on GTA since, so I have to go spin the wheel really quickly. I gotta go Gamba. Why Lapras on A tier? Because it's beefy and chunky. Have you not seen Lapras, bro? Bro, that thing is literally like an almost unkillable machine. Yeah, it's solo queue. I did one for a comp. Do you want to see? Saved it. Did I get it? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's just bro, you guys have not seen a good Chandelure. I'm telling you, Chandelure is actually insane. Oh my god, I don't have my Discord open. God damn it, dude. Okay, if you guys want me to rate stuff, you guys have to be specific with the variables. The thing is, like, if you guys just tell me solo queue, yeah, a lot of stuff is good in solo queue. Like literally half the tier, like literally half the playable Pokemon list is good in solo queue. Because solo queue, it literally doesn't matter. Like like literally the players are awful. You can make everything work. I could probably play attack speed Wigglytuff and still gap some of these players. Some. Or if you got a jungle with them. Fun. Oh, here it is. I think that's what I did for comp. Yeah, this was my comp tier list. No, but they specified individual carry potential. That's the thing. That was like the request. Individual carry potential. For solo, I think I put it in. Oh, I think I put it in S. Oh no, wait. So this is the one I did before. Oh, for solo, I put what did I put solo? Links in. Oh, I still put in S. Yeah. I put in S. Yeah. How does it compare? It's funny though. Like my terrible for comp. You see how like you see the contrast between like this is my solo queue, right? My solo queue, and this is like my comp. You see the big contrast of how different the standings are when you guys ask me to do stuff like this. Like if you're talking about solo queue, I throw all the supports in the dumpster. Like literally, I would never like as a solo queue player, I would never play support if you're asking me to carry. But then if you're talking about competitive, like look how the difference in value in terms of how I rate them. Oh, you can't see because my camera's in the way. Hold on. Okay. Like obviously the bottom ones are like the better ones. And it's like, hey, oh, they're shit. Good. Shit for solo queue, good for comp. Shit for solo queue, good for comp. I think I might have been too harsh with Tyranitar. I think the only issue is, you know what? I should have moved the Tyranitar to somewhat viable. Somewhat. My only issue with doing that is because literally it takes so long to scale. Some of these Pokemon need a rework. I should get boost to my win rate for only playing BC Deer tier Mons. Uh-huh. Tank T-Tar meta? You know, you can make it work if you have the like, you know, if someone decides to go like 5 attackers in competitive, maybe you can play T-Tar. Who knows? Hold on, I'm just gonna use the restroom really quickly, guys. I'll be right back. You know what I just realized? This is like the first time in a while that we don't know what Pokemon are coming out in the future. Like the only one we know of that's been kind of confirmed through a leak is the I think it's Slurpluff or whatever the hell it's called. But everything else, like everything else after that fact, it's literally just oh El Creamy. Sorry, El Creamy. Sorry, I was thinking Slurpluff because they're both pink. Guys, if the stream is crapping out, it's because I have GTA open. I will literally. It'll. Hold on. Like I said, I am just opening up the game. I gotta spin the wheel, and then after that, we're Gucci. Really quickly. This will take like less than 5 minutes. You go to the cashier. We get my $1,000.
Hello.
You see, this is why I always go to sleep in the casino. So that literally I just spin the wheel and then I go to sleep again. If it's frame dropping, don't worry. Because I have so much shit open on my computer. Okay. Let's do a soft spin. A very weak spin.
There it goes.
That was not a weak spin.
Spinning and another fabulous prize could be won.
Random? That was a random prize.
Thanks for taking the shit one for me.
Congratulations to the winner of a
No worries,
mystery
man.
prize at the Lucky Wheel.
Okay, we got dig, guys. Now we can leave. So a random prize is just a drink. So we got absolute shit. Now I'm going back to sleep in the washroom again. Good night. Okay. See? Done. Takes like 2 minutes. Look, okay, guys. We spun the wheel 3 times on stream. We got 40k, we got 30k, we got 15k. It was only a matter of time before my bad luck caught up with me, and I got something shitty, alright? And I should have done a strong spin. But it's okay. It is what it is. Let me see here. I never did finish watching this video, but I'm too lazy to watch it. Who gives a shit? No, it was 40k. 40k, 30k, and then 15k. Like in back-to-back consecutive 3 days. Let me see. What time is it? I think I've been streaming. Should I play? Maybe I'll play a couple games, guys. Do we get the motor running? Do we get the molding flowing within us? Let's play like a game or two and we'll see what happens, alright? Three and a half hours and no mold? That's literally because I haven't been playing. It's easy not to mold when I'm not playing the game. That's why it looks like I have a split personality. Nowadays on Unite, I'm trying to grind out some achievements to get coins and tickets ASAP, but man, it takes a long time. Bro, you are trying to catch up on like years of grinding in like a span of a few months. me see. Did I win my last game? Or did I lose? I won. Oh my god, I remember. I was on like a losing streak and a winning streak and a losing streak again. Hmm. Can't even spend money anymore? Consider that a good thing. You're not tempted. You can't be tempted anymore. I call that a dub. Good job, devs. Oh shit, it's my turn to pick. Oh, you know what? No. They're going Ninetales and thing. Let's go Decidueye. This is like the one game where they insta-lock 2 attackers and I can outrange them both. This might be the time. Better call Mac in here, guys. So this is literally my one Decidueye game of the season. And if he's not here, that's too bad on him. Because then he's going to say like, Chan, how many games of Decidueye you play? Chan, when are you going to play the Owl? Chan, Owl's so good. Bump it up in your tier list. Wait, the update isn't live, right? Actually, I'll find out after this match. If it's 10 stacks, I'll know. If it's live or not. They sound exactly like the Mac. I try, man. I mean, I picked based on the fact that, like, I was first picked, but then I swapped for the Blissey. And then the moment I see Ninetales and S-Band, I'm like, okay, I'll just play Owl. The thing is, like, if I'm dying, it's because I'm being, like, it's literally just because, I'm not positioning properly. Man. I know, I know. It's so dumb that I can't change the frame rate while I'm live. Like, I have to turn off the stream, which is so stupid. Man, it's so sad that I can't stream on 1080p anymore. It is so sad. I don't know, it's just, it's... I don't know if it's, like I gotta lower the frame output or the resolution output, but... I guess my computer's just catching up with me. Like, time is catching up with my PC, I mean. Oh my god. Bro, my Azzy lost the Registeel to the slow, bro, dude. Uh... Oh, my first death, bro. Bro, I have a level 10 Azid that hasn't done dick the entire game. Like, the only reason I lose games like this is because, like, there's always that one bozo player that literally doesn't do anything for the entire game. Besides, run off there on their own, they die, and then they proceed to feed some more. And then when they finally give up on dying, they literally just AFK. Always. Always, always, Tim. If I had to guess how much damage I did, I think I did at least like 75k. I was hitting my arrows, and I only died once. Now, let me see if I can do something about this frame drop right.
3, 2, 1. Time's up. You win.
What if I do that? Okay, I'm gonna play another game, guys. And I changed some settings that also, like, I changed some settings, but I didn't turn off my stream. Tell me if you see, like, if the frame is still, like, bleh, if the stream is still frame dropping hard during this game. Like, let me know. I hope not, but we'll see. As you pull through on the Ray. Yeah. I guess so. I was confused why the Unite is on the left stick. Why not right stick? I don't know. Truthfully, I don't know. You see that, guys? I played Owl, and Mac wasn't even here. Can you believe that? I thought he was the Owl guy, after the Mew guy. Make sure to yell at him the next time he decides to stick his head around here. Balance Flame? I don't know. Oh god. That was such a dank sound. Maybe I'll play a Gyarados game before it gets nerfed. You getting switched to? Hell no. Hell no. Let's play Gyarados game. One last ride, guys. One last Gary game. Imagine even finding one. Ooh. I hate playing Gary in solo queue. My lane partner always ints. You know, I've won every Gyarados game I've played this season. So I'm just hoping that luck streak continues. Rocky Helmet? I don't have Rocky Helmet. I never used Rocky Helmet once on my main account. It's never been leveled up. I never had a reason to use it. Oh my god. Like, do you see this? In a normal game, like, I don't know how people, like, into new CS the way they do. Like, in a normal game, when I'm not getting jungle support and I'm kind of just, like, in a relatively garbo lane for myself. Oh my god. That's okay. We're the Gyarados, guys. Oh, did they recall? Bro, So, my Unite gets used up, but, like, okay. I channeled my Unite move, I get grabbed before I go underwater, and it goes on full cooldown? That's so stupid. That's actually so stupid. Bro, you are not helping. You are helping them, you're not helping us. Still laggy? It's the frame drops, man. I have to lower my resolution output, but... Let me close this. I will close everything that I don't need, period. I will literally close everything that's not the game.
The final stretch. You're on fire.
Oh my god. Where's Clefable? Where's the Clefable this game, bro? Like, what did Clefable do, like, this entire game?
You lose.
Oh shoot, I didn't. You know what's funny? I literally just AFK'd in champ select, and I didn't pick anything. It just randomized. Or like, I think it just auto-locked Absol. Bro. Like, I was literally looking at a solution for this frame drop thing, and I was not paying attention. Ready, go! Wow. It's been so long that I've... How long has it been since I've listened to the ambient stadium music, guys? Just so soothing, right? Like, there's literally nothing for me to do. There's no farm on our own side, I can't see anyone. So I'm literally just waiting around, hoping I'll see the jungler beforehand, but... Gonna try Psyduck with Rocky Helmet after the patch and see how it goes. Good luck with that, guy. Good luck with that. How's it going, man? Check out Badlands Chugs yet? No, I have not. Did you tell me what it was when you asked though? Or when I asked, sorry? I know you asked that earlier, but I didn't actually look at it. But if you said what it was, I think I missed the follow-up comment. I'll say this once. There's nothing that will gross like okay. What the hell is happening here? I'll put it to you this way. I've watched The Human Centipede, and if it's not grosser than that, or if it doesn't disturb me more than that movie emotionally scarred me, then I think I'll be fine. But if it's just like, if it's like pointless like gore or pointless just like cringeness, then I don't care to watch it. The frames are struggling still? Okay. I'll restart stream, guys. I'll restart stream. It's fine. You know what's crazier, though? I think I'm more thrown off by the fact that they ended up making another movie. I never watched that one, though. I watched the first one, and then, obviously, if there's like a second one, it's following the same stupid shit. Yeah, there was another one. Like, I think it came out like a year or two after. I didn't watch it, like I said. I just know that there's more than one. If they came out with another one after that, I wouldn't know. But, yeah. Let's leave it at that.
The final stretch. You're on fire.
Bro, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Okay. Ah.